be alive. Tip tibbity doo doo, tip tip tibbity doo doo. Tip tip tibbity doo doo. Dip doo, dibbity doo doo. Dip dip, dibbity doo doo. Dip dip, dibbity doo doo. Dip 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 doo doo. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Let me tell you about my morning. So, I ordered some tires. I was gonna have these tires put on. And then they ended up getting delayed. So I had to reschedule. Was finally able to get them today. I went up there to go get them installed. I get back home and I get a message and they're like, we need you to come back in and sign something. I go back in, they're like, actually, we didn't need you to come back in. I'm like, okay. So I had to go back up for no reason. And then I got a call from them later and they said, we were able to get 3 of the tires on. We weren't able to get one of your tires off. We don't have a tool strong enough. I'm like, what the fuck? So I have to go find another tire place that can put my 4th tire on for me? I don't know what made my tire so special that they weren't able to get it off of the car. I just took the truck in a few days ago because I was going to take him in the same day, you know, in this master plan I had. I was going to drop off both cars and just do it all at the same time. But then the Jeep tires got delayed. So I had to go back in a second time. We just figured we're just going to get all new tires on everything. Some of the tires were they were okay, but like for the most part, it's like, yeah, let's just replace all of them. Because if we didn't, we were going to have to replace them pretty soon anyway. So just figured, just get all the tires replaced. We took the truck in first. The truck's looking good. Truck's got some nice new shoes on it. So anyway, that was my morning. They had no problem getting all of the tires off the truck. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Maybe the rim's messed up or something. I don't know. Maybe I have to get a new fucking rim for the Jeep. I don't know. Hope I don't. That would suck. If I have to get a new rim, though, I'm like, fuck, I'll just keep the old tire and just throw it in the trunk as a spare tire. Shit. They just said they couldn't get it off. I was like, what? You couldn't get it off? They said, we don't have a tool strong enough. That's what they said. Like, I guess I need to take it to a... Like, I took it to a discount tire place. I was trying to save some money. I gotta take it to a more reputable place. I gotta take it to a specialist. They said, we're gonna have to refer you elsewhere. Anyway, that was fun. So, now we're here. No presentation today. I was trying to think of, what to do. No, just didn't have the time. But we've got a whole backlog. We've got so many presentations. If we've got extra time and we want to revisit something. Fat collection. Look at this. Oh my god. Alright, we're probably gonna focus on questions today. We got question box ready to go. I got a couple in there already. Got a few already. I might just jump right in. Let me have a snack first. Got a banana. Oh, it's a semi-translucent banana. Lower calories. I misread has as was, and I was slightly confused why you said it was nice. I also misread. I thought you were saying that he was a massive dick. Yeah, we're Americans. You can't expect us to speak English. We speak American. Alright, we got questions to get to. Let's just get right into it. Should we check in real quick first, or do we want to just... Hold on, I have to sneeze. Alright. How are you doing today? It's Wednesday, 5th of March. Bless you. Thank you. I'm the only one in this house that blesses people when they sneeze. I guess they just didn't grow up doing it. But I have to say that whenever I sneeze and nobody says bless you, having grown up in a family where you gotta bless you anytime you sneezed, to just go from that to just nothing is kind of like, huh. Like, I don't really care, but also just kind of like, oh. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Can anybody relate? Been pretty depressed, political crap getting me down. Well, we don't have to talk about it today. We'll let everybody else talk about it for a little while, and we'll take a break from it. You know, it's their turn to talk about it. It's our turn to take a break. How many times do you sneeze on average whenever you sneeze? I can be a power sneezer. Sometimes I can go for like 8 sneezes. It's pretty awesome. You just have to really commit to it. You just have to really let loose. Just let her rip. One giant sneeze usually. Oh. I make it loud. And me too. I didn't want to do it here because I was in the microphone, but when I normally sneeze, I put everything into it. You know me. One to two. Something about it feels good. It does. Sneezing feels good. For the same reason other things in your body feel good. It's a little bit of that feeling of release, you know? Like poop. Like poop. That's a good example. I was thinking of other things, but we don't need to get into all that. Now, hiccups I can't stand, no control over them. You can't control your diaphragm muscle in that way. That part of your diaphragm is like, it's tied to your autonomic nervous system, so you don't really control it in that degree. Or at least when it's out of place. Like you can breathe. Whenever you breathe, you're actually pulling air in by moving your diaphragm. Whatever. Hold a big deep breath. You're trying to reset that diaphragm muscle because it's out of whack. You take a big deep breath and it'll help to like hold it closer to where it needs to be to kind of like reset itself. You might have to do that a couple times, but normally 2-3 big deep breaths and just hold them and just let it kind of get itself back in place. It's hard though and annoying, like breathing manually. The thing about breathing manually is that it sucks if you don't practice your breathing enough. If you practice your breathing, if it's something that you do every day, you don't mind it. In fact, it actually is nice. You're like, oh yeah, breathe. Thank you for reminding me. I used to hate getting reminded about manual breathing. I hated when it sucked. Because I was just so annoyed by it. I was like, how long do I have to monitor this? Like, how long do I have to pay attention to my breathing so that I can automatically breathe again? I used to just sit there and breathe. I'm like, waiting for myself to forget that I need to breathe. That always works for me. Yeah, that's what I do, and it works. Or it's the best. It's the quickest way that I've found to be able to like stop myself from hiccuping if I'm hiccuping. Just take a big deep breath and just hold it in and just you'll feel the diaphragm muscle like contracting while your lungs are full, but like that pressure from the full lung, I guess it helps it get back into place quicker. You know that you're constantly looking at your nose, but your brain ignores it. Kind of like how you constantly see that alien in the background, but your brain ignores it. I'm just kidding, he's not actually there right now, but I made you look. Left, rights. Thank you for that gifted sub. Is it rude of me to point a banana at somebody? Do you take this as rude? Do you feel threatened? Stick them up. Left, rights, thank you for that gifted sub. Oh, you're on a hot streak. I'm gonna have a little pizza for lunch. I love these little tortilla pizzas. It's so easy. You just get a tortilla. I make my own pizza sauce. I use tomato paste and then I put some water in it to thin it out a little bit. And then I put some spices in there. Salt, pepper, Italian seasoning, garlic powder, onion powder. Then I fresh shredded some mozzarella cheese. So I've got some shredded mozzarella. I crisped up some Italian sausage this morning, and I just set it in the fridge to use as a pizza topping. So Casey's gonna construct some pizzas for us when she gets back. She's out picking up the car right now. She's probably up there asking the people at the auto center why the fuck they can't get that fourth tire off. If it was me, I'd probably just be like, alright, I'll figure it out, thank you. But she'll probably have questions. Which I say, go for it. By all means. By all means. Go right ahead. Well, let's get into these questions. Hi, Papa. I didn't go to the doctors for the past few years. Well, you know, we've all been there. Unless you have health insurance or something. But I don't know anybody who has health insurance. It was a combination of my fear of needles and cope that my body was still young that supplied my thoughts that there was no reason for me to go. But I went at the start of this year because some changes had started manifesting the year prior. I got some testing done yesterday, and the results came in. It was encouraging to hear from my doctor before the testing that although not ideal, my symptoms are a huge concern and that we're going to come up with a master plan after my testing. The thing about going to the doctor is it's like, if you're just going for a checkup, like have you been to a checkup recently? Whenever I go to a checkup, they look in your ears, they take your blood pressure, they say, open your mouth and say, ah. And as long as, like, everything's, like, they'll ask you, like, anything hurt? And then that's pretty much it. We're like, alright, looks good. See you in 6 months or see you in a year. Maybe they do blood work. If there's anything in your family history, or if you have any unexplained symptoms. But anyway, I kind of love checkups. I feel so cared for. See, now you understand why some people actually get addicted to going to the hospital. This is something that happens. It's typically in like more lonely, isolated, or like older people. They don't have much social connection. They don't have very many people like asking them, "Hey, how you doing? How you been? What's new?" But at the doctor's office, it's all about you. You know what I mean? Which is why we need more third spaces. We need more places like community centers. We need, we need to bring people together. People are just too damn lonely. We did a whole presentation on it yesterday. You should have been here. You should have been here. It was great. Anyway, I gotta go. I'm streaming. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Really? They said that? They're here right now, so this is kind of awkward. Yeah, no, my mic's muted. Okay. Alright, well, I got questions to answer, so I'll talk to you later. Okay. Alright. Love you too. Bye. Sorry about that. I had a phone call. I was not muted. Yes, I was. Don't worry about it. Maybe you weren't watching. Maybe you only had audio. But if you didn't notice, I was talking into a banana. There wasn't actually anyone there. Hey.
They did get all the wheels on.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Okay. They were able to get the last wheel. Oh, thank God. I was so irritated. I'm like, I'm gonna have to go to another tire shop. Although I do kind of like the smell of tires. I don't mind, like, being in a tire shop, I'm just kind of like, rubber. It's an interesting smell. I know. And it's also the source of most of the microplastics in our body, so, who knew? I have a love-hate relationship with tires. Hate buying them, hate having to go get them put on, hate having to fill them up with air. Love the smell. I do also kind of like the smell of sulfur, if I'm being honest. The smell of like lighting a match or fireworks. I have a lot of positive associations with those unusual smells. That smell when you light a firework. Like a little bit of plastic, a little bit of Chinese cardboard. I don't know how much cardboard you've burned in your life, but there's a little bit of a difference in the smell of American cardboard versus Chinese cardboard. It has a little bit of a different smell to it when you burn it. Anyway, I got distracted because Casey just got home, and she surprised me and let me know that, yeah, they were able to get all 4 tires on. Right? I was worried. They actually called me and they said, we got 3 of your tires on. We can't get the 4th one off. I'm like, what? They said we don't have a tool strong enough. I'm like, really? Okay. It's not a big tire though. It's like, it's not a big, it's a pretty average sized tire, I'd say. Okay. Anyway, back to the question. Hi, Papa. I didn't go to the doctors for the past few years, a combination of my fear of needles and a cope that my body was still young that supplied my thoughts that were no reason for me to go. I went at the start of this year because of some changes that started manifesting from the prior year. I got some testing done, the results came in. It was encouraging to hear from my doctor before the testing that although not ideal, my symptoms aren't a huge concern and that we're going to come up with a master plan after my testing. I'm waiting to go back for my follow-up, but I'm having fears and dread. I'm trying to think positively on my outlook, thinking I have an appointment lined up, there's no need to stir too much in my imagination, my doctor and I will discuss the next steps together. My situation seems to be completely doable with medication and lifestyle changes. Alright, so a lot of positive affirmations there. That's one of the ingredients in helping to reduce our anxiety. So that's good. I'm glad to hear that you're doing that. Right now, my imagination is running rampant. I'm trying not to kick myself for not going to the doctor sooner. I'm preventing myself from looking up the ailment on WebMD, where these thoughts loops are banging against the walls of my brain. Don't go on WebMD. If you have anxiety now, that's going to make your anxiety worse. We're like, oh, I have space cancer? Huh, I didn't even know that was a thing. Like, oh yeah, I must have contracted some toxin that's only found in the rare depths of the jungle. It's like, no. The thing about medical stress is that you want to talk to a doctor about it. So it's a good thing that you have a doctor's appointment set up. So if you have any concerns, write them down and then save them for your doctor's appointment. You write them down on a piece of paper. You know, bring that with you. That worry and that stress is just going to make you feel even sick. The thing is all of that worry and stress about being sick or being ill is actually going to make you feel more ill. And so it's actually going to give you a false perception of what symptoms you're actually dealing with. Everything feels worse when you're stressed. No sense in kicking yourself for not going to the doctor sooner. You're going to the doctor now. It's better than going to the doctor later. You know, you're doing exactly what you should be doing right now to take care of whatever it is you need to take care of. So don't worry about anything until the doctor gives you a reason to worry about something. As I try to accept my reality and try to show myself some compassion, the things that will get better, a wave of fears wash over me. What if I'm unsuccessful in making lifestyle changes? It says. My inner therapist fights back. And what if I'm successful? Keep fighting for the life you want to live, and as long as you keep trying, those actions will start becoming a routine. The process will blur the lines between when it feels like you're trying desperately and when it becomes second nature. Well, that's good. Why are you asking me questions? I feel like I should be asking you questions. But no, that's exactly right. That's how you develop, a new routine is it gets to the point where it stops feeling like a struggle, and then you're just doing it without even having to consciously do it. You're like, oh, okay. It's just what I do now. Interesting. Then it echoes back another fear and another fear. What did I think? Why did I think I didn't have to go to the doctor? Why didn't I go sooner? It's almost like the debate technique where someone just bombards you with questions until you can't give any answer until you've lost the plot. I don't know why I do this to myself when I find this stupid in itself. When we catch ourselves in these moments and we're going down these like thought loops, it's a good idea to get up and go do something else. Like intervene at this point. Like if I'm spiraling, I either need to ride it out and go through it, figure out what it is that I need to figure out, or I need to pull myself out of it and go do something different. The way to go through it would be to ask yourself those questions. Why didn't I go sooner? And answer them. Like, well, I didn't go sooner because I didn't have time. I didn't have money. It didn't really seem that important. I didn't really feel sick. Why should I have gone? Realistically speaking, if there's not something that's like, if you don't have a family history of something, if you're not like actively aware of something going on, if you're not dealing with any sort of symptoms, you just feel fine, it's like, I could understand why somebody wouldn't go to the doctor every year, especially if they're just feeling relatively okay. You can't really fault yourself for doing that. You were doing what felt best at the time with what you knew and what you had available to you at that point in time. So don't go back and judge yourself for the way that you feel about things now, because things were different then. So if you look back and you're asking yourself, well, why didn't I do it? Sometimes it's helpful to just answer that question to yourself. Why didn't I do it? Like, well, just to be completely honest, it didn't seem like that big of a deal. Anyways, it's as if it's trying to convince me that I ought to feel a different way. I think those loops have just been wearing me down to where I just feel pure emotion and let out a cry. It always feels better once I let the floodgates open. Then there's an emptiness and calmness, and my rationale comes back to me. As I'm writing, it's 4:30 a.m. here. It's as if my body woke me up because of the stress of my fears tormenting me again. Tried my hardest to fall back asleep, but the loop just plays over and over. Guess this means I need to refine my meditation skills, since I'm still not able to fully tap into that self-soothing technique when I'm getting like this. So I decided to be proactive and type it out here. Now that I'm feeling much calmer after typing, I think I might just be able to finally drift back to sleep. Sometimes I find that helpful. In dealing with looping thoughts, it's like, if these thoughts are asking me questions, I'm going to give them an answer. If my mind doesn't know the answer, then I'll ask my heart. I'll ask my gut. There was a saying I heard once. It was in a guided meditation. And it was, the mind has no answers, and the heart asks no questions. You might be scratching your head and be like, okay. But it just got me thinking, you know, all of this self-judgment, all of these questions, all of this, you know, this is all stuff that comes from my mind. As it turns out, my heart feels differently about me than my mind feels about me. In spite of what my mind might feel about me, my heart keeps pumping. It keeps me going. It does that because it cares about me, because it loves me. So sometimes it's nice to quiet the mind and open the heart. If you find your mind is a little too noisy, or maybe you're looping on something that's a little unpleasant, try looping something else. Find a nice little mantra. Quiet the mind, open the heart. Quiet the mind, open the heart. What about the stomach? That too. Always listen to your gut. Stress spikes when you wake up. The way that it works is in the hour or so before you actually wake up, your brain and your body, you know, it starts to produce more cortisol to prepare you to wake up. And so it is kind of this gradual, like... And so when you wake up, your cortisol levels are kind of high. Which is just, you know, it's a good opportunity to remind you that stress isn't inherently a bad thing. It's one of those things that can rouse you so that you get up and take action. And sometimes we need that. Otherwise, we would have been born as a potato. Sometimes I wish I was born as a potato. Or a clam. It's a good, you know, give that a try. Next time you're meditating, meditate on what it would feel like to be a potato. Most of you is just down in the soil, all cozy, just absorbing nutrients. And then there's a little part of you that reaches up, breaks through, goes up to the other side, and touches the sun. I want to be a mushroom. Cutie Cheeks just said she wants to eat dead stuff. How does that make you feel? She said, I want to be a decomposer. I want to be a recycler. I'm gonna get canceled for generalizing all mushrooms. Mushrooms are awesome. They also have a symbiotic relationship with trees and other plants that you might not fully know because we don't even fully know ourselves what all it's capable of doing. There's this underground web called the mycelial network, and it's basically the internet but for plants. Trees and other plants can use this network to exchange nutrients and communicate between the organisms. Does this blow your fucking mind? Because it should. There is a hidden intelligence under your feet. Most of what a mushroom is the mycelium. The part that you think as the mushroom, this is just the fruit. It's like seeing an apple and thinking that this is what an apple tree looks like. Like, oh yeah, okay, cool. The actual organism, or most of the organism, is this web. If I were a tree, I'd be shitposting in the mycelium network. So this is what a mycelial network looks like. What does it mean? This is the kind of stuff that'll really captivate you if you're on a psychedelic. You'll be like, what the fuck? The pattern, it repeats. It makes me sad to think potted trees are not connected. They're lonely. There's a tree inside the Mall of America, and it's in a giant pot, and I feel bad for it. I'm like, this. I'm like, can you imagine being the tree inside the Mall of America and thinking that this is what it must be like to be a tree? Anybody care to explain this to me? What's going on here? My old yoga teacher would encourage everyone to stand barefoot on the real ground as often as possible to reconnect. It is pretty nice. I like to walk around in my backyard with no shoes on. You don't have to be one of those no shoes anywhere type of people. You know the ones. You've probably met one or two. You ever met one? But Those people who just walk around and don't wear shoes ever. The bottoms of the feet are just pitch black. More power to them. I hate that there are answers I don't have to things I really want to know. That's just something we've all got to accept. Being comfortable with the unknown. You wanna, can I just, let me get trippy here for a moment. If we are the universe experiencing itself, and we exist as an extension of it, as a means to, you know, explore it with our senses and document it and, you know, that kind of shit, it would make sense that if that was our purpose, to understand, to perceive, to experience, we would be uncomfortable with there being unknown things. If we were comfortable with the unknown, or if we weren't, yeah, if we were comfortable with the unknown, it's like, man, we probably would have never left the trees. We probably would have, you know, probably wouldn't have done much. It's the fear of the unknown that propels us into further understanding. What I want to know about aliens? Well, try some transcendental meditation. Give one a call on the psychic hotline. There are people that believe that you can do that. It might not be an alien necessarily. This might be more of an extra-dimensional entity. Who knows? They could be from the fifth dimension. There is a technique that they use to summon UFOs. It is called the CE5 protocol. And part of it involves meditating and doing that. Reaching out into the universe with your consciousness and seeing who picks up. I want to take some people out into the desert and give it a try and see if it works. Tell me what you think about this. The CE5 protocol tells you how to do it. You basically get some people together and you meditate and you visualize yourself emanating out into the universe. So I don't know, give it a try for yourself. See what happens. Give it a try. Who knows? Maybe you can talk to an alien. Pretty fun. I'm nervous. What if the aliens get mad at me? As long as your heart is true and you set good intentions, it should be fine. They won't get any madder at you than you're already mad at yourself, so you got nothing to worry about. Alright, let's get back into these questions. One of my closest friends is a MAGA hog. Uh-oh. It's been really hard watching his descent into the cult over the years. He's always been nothing but kind and supportive to me, but I struggle to reconcile this with his deeply held political beliefs. We mostly avoid talking politics when together. I often feel guilty for being friends with a loud and proud xenophobe. Any advice for dealing with my conflicting feelings on being his friend? Well, tough situation to be in. Loud and proud xenophobe. So it's not okay. Like, the thing that I think this is, I'm just gonna offer my opinion here. If I had a friend that I knew tended to lean more in that direction, but it's not like it was a part of their identity. It's not like they were walking around with the hat. You know what I mean? If it was just, you could tell that they were more so politically ignorant. They don't watch the news. They don't read the news. They don't, follow politics or anything. They mostly just vote based on what their wallet looks like at election time. They're like, well, there was more money in here than the last time, so I think I'm going to vote for this person. That would be different to me. If a person was more so just politically ignorant. I would have to consider the amount of active involvement that they take and the amount of excitement that they find in stripping other people of their rights. That, to me, would be much more of a deal breaker. I don't understand how the MAGA brain functions. Well, you've got an amygdala, right? And that's the fear center of your brain, but in a conservative brain, the amygdala is actually engorged. Up to 50% bigger. So they've got a bigger fear button in their brain. And they view the world in a much more fear-driven way. They worry that people are out to get them, or out to hurt them, or out to come and take their stuff. So, any advice for dealing with your conflicting feelings on being... Okay. Is it something that you'd be willing to talk about? If you wanted to talk to your friend about it, the best way to do that is to ask them more questions. Instead of telling them that they're wrong or telling them what they need to believe, ask them more questions to reflect on what it is they actually believe. Find out what it is that you agree on. Do you believe that healthcare is a human right? Do you believe that politicians should not be able to own and trade stocks? Do we need to take money out of the government in that way? Just find a common ground and then, build off of that. Just go from there. We don't want to just cast everybody out for disagreeing with us politically, because that does nothing to help recruit people. I'm at the point in my life where I'm more open to sitting down with somebody and trying to win them over to my side. Good luck, it's hard to deal with true cultists. Oh, we make do here, though. You guys make it fun. I'm kidding. I'm joking. Not a cult, by the way. I think that we have much more in common with another member of the working class that votes differently from us. They're dealing with the same problems and the same struggles and the same stress that we're dealing with. They're just being lied to and told a different reason why it's happening. So, if we want to win them over, we have to focus on the solidarity that we have as members of a working class. So if you're up for doing that, I would give that a try. I feel like that would be the correct thing to do. Because you don't want to enable... You know, you want to at least give it a try, you know? I completed deep canvassing training recently. It's a persuasion technique that's similar to motivational interviewing. I love motivational interviewing. What is motivational interviewing? It's like it's a strengths-based approach. You know, we're gonna talk about what's going on. And I'm gonna ask you questions, but we're gonna do it in a very it's exactly what it sounds like. You know, I'm asking you questions and we're figuring out what your goals are, and we're gonna talk about what you've tried and what's worked, and it's gonna be, you know, uplifting and empowering and encouraging. It's basically me helping you figure out what it is that you need to do, and then encouraging you and motivating you to take that next step in making that happen. Sounds helpful. Let's do it. I do it here every day. You see me do it pretty much every stream. Did anyone watch the presidential speech? No. No, I didn't. See, I don't need to go back and, you know, I would consider it, you know, harmful to myself at this point. I feel like I would be doing self-harm by subjecting myself to it. I'll have somebody else watch it and give me a summary. Give me the highlights. Grunjetta, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you. The speech was like an hour and 40 minutes long, and I don't care to sit and listen to a 80-year-old man with dementia, a racist, bigot, sex abuser. I don't need, like, why do I need to listen to him? Like, why do I need to hear what he has to say? Just so that I can get mad about it? Like, if smelling stinky garbage makes me feel stressed and frustrated and bothered, maybe I need to stop looking in the garbage can. You know, it's like going to a toilet and being surprised that there's poop there. Like, I hate the smell of poop. Then get out of the bathroom. What are you doing? It kind of broke my heart a little bit when some DSA people in my book club mentioned that billionaires are good people. It takes a lot to regulate my emotions for topics like that. Just ask them to name one. Just ask them to... Oh, can you name one? Give me an example. Oh my god, we're on a hype train. Hype train, let's go. Hype train, let's go. Let me pull that up in the corner there. I haven't had to sit down and watch an entire Trump speech ever. I don't think I've ever done it. It would harm my brain. I would feel a sense of physical pain. subjecting myself to that level of idiocy. Like, if you were walking down the street and there's just some random fucking guy on the sidewalk with a megaphone and a cardboard sign that just, like, says a slur on it, would you stop and hear him out and listen to what he has to say? Probably not. It's the same level of, you know, same level of energy. It's like, oh, of course, but he's the president. It's like, okay, so what? And what am I gonna do about it? Somebody else will listen to it, somebody else will come up with a concise summary of everything I need to know, and I don't have to actually parse through it myself. I don't have to sift through the poop to pick out the nuggets of corn. Somebody else will do that for me. Christine Amazon, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. Canada is so pissed at us right now, as they should be. If they had any courage, they all would have stood up and yelled when they were dragging Al Green out. If they had any courage, they would have done literally anything ever over the entire span of this. This has been going on for like 10 years at this point. If they gave a shit, they would have done something. This is something that's happened in history before. This isn't something that's new to us. It's like when you have a political party that just does nothing, just takes money, doesn't really accomplish anything, they're just kind of weak. You know, just grifters. Like, fascists will roll over them. That's what happened in Germany. That's what's happening here. You need political parties with a backbone. You need people who can actually compare people to fascists or outright tell people that they are fascists without being like, hey, now come on now, you can't just call everybody a Nazi just because you don't like them. There's literal fucking Nazis marching around in the streets. At what point am I able to call them a Nazi? We need to reach across the aisle. With them? Why? Why? A minute left on the hype train. We're so close. We might get it to level 2. Let's go. I would say that tolerating it is despicable. It enables it. It encourages it. You're allowing it to happen. Dealing with fascists is like dealing with a cockroach infestation. If you aren't proactive and rooting it out, they're gonna start festering in the walls. They're gonna be hiding under the fridge. They're gonna scurry anytime you turn the lights on. You gotta get in there and you gotta get them all out. Christine Amazon with another 160. Oh my god, 15 seconds, 78%. So close. Thank you for the 100 bits. We tried. They don't. Oh, and Tano Tufa with the 16 months. We almost did it. You got a little badge though. Yeah, we need to stop acting like it's necessary to get along with and cooperate with people who literally, you know, want to strip people's rights away and get people killed. Maybe democracy was a bad idea. Maybe we need to go back to a monarchy. At least then something will get done. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, by the way. Don't clip me out of context. Friedrich Merz, most likely our next chancellor, voted against criminalizing marital rape in the 90s. What a weird way to self-report that you're not getting laid. You're like, well, I wouldn't be able to have sex with my wife if I didn't force her to do it, so of course I have to vote for this. That's so fucked up. The Christian party, by the way. Oh yeah, in Christianity doesn't really see women as equal. Christianity sees women as, you know, an object. An extension of the husband. It's very misogynistic. Lot of misogyny cooked into Christianity. And they want to criticize other religions for being misogynistic. I'm like, deal with what's going on here first before you worry about criticizing what people on the other side of the world are doing. The thing, like, Americans will just be so fucking Islamophobic, and they'll go on and on about they'll go on and on about Islam. Christianity does all the same shit. All the same shit. All those Abrahamic religions, they're all pulling the same shit. Anyway. Howdy there. I'm here again. He. I wanted to know why sometimes I get more scared of my mother than necessary. I'm 27 and live upstairs with my son until he finishes his school year this spring. For reference, my mother was always very verbally, emotionally, and sometimes physically abusive to me, but only me and not my younger sister. I think you just answered your own question. Why do I get scared of my mother? Because this is what I associate with my mother. When is she gonna snap and, hit me or scream at me or, do something else terrible to me? It's that anticipatory anxiety. So, it's a trauma response. The last time she tried to hit me, I was 21 with a 1-year-old son. Time to start karate, I guess. Sorry, but if I'm an adult and my parent tries to fight me at that point, I'm like, it's on. That's just me personally. Like, oh, you want to go? Okay, let's go. That's just me. Like, One time when I was 19, my dad tried to put me in a headlock and I did a reversal on him and I put him in a headlock and then I drove him face first into the couch. He got so pissed. It was really funny though. I mean, it's like tragic, but you know, now I look back and I think it's funny. He got so pissed. He stormed off. He stormed off. He threw a temper tantrum. It was so funny. Yeah, once I was big enough to fight back, my mom started acting way different. Exactly. I'm just like, sometimes you gotta show like, hey, like, you can't just beat up on me for free. Like, I'm not a little kid anymore. Like, I'm gonna defend myself. Like today, I messaged my boyfriend of 5, almost 6 years and told him I'm fearful my mother will snap and kick me out of the house randomly before my move-out day. And he said she wouldn't do that to me. He knows all her shenanigans and I feel that he is right, but this brought up a question for myself. I do tend to be scared that she will do something insane. Well, yeah, because she does do insane shit. You're anticipating it because it's happened, you know? Like when I left my most perfect special boy, my golden retriever, Lamau. Not your son. I'm kidding, I'm joking. I left my dog with my dad and mom for the night. I was at the hotel having thoughts of, what if she poisons my dog? That's anxiety for you? Anxiety often goes to the worst case scenario. What if it's cancer? What if somebody murders my dog? I've been there. Anxiety will put you in all sorts of weird what ifs. It's trying to anticipate the worst thing that could happen so that you can prepare for it and navigate it. Thanks, anxiety. That's what it likes to do. My boyfriend had to calm me down as well as my bestie. Other times I've been scared of her plotting to take my life or doing it randomly. Okay, here's the thing. She's a coward because she hits children. Only cowards hit children. She wouldn't last in prison. She's terrified of going to prison. She's not gonna murder anybody, okay? This woman is a coward. She's not gonna make it in prison. She's terrified of going to prison. She's not gonna do anything like that. I sleep with a really heavy box on my clothes in front of the upstairs door when I sleep at night. Why am I like this? Because you have been traumatized. Your panic knob is stuck on 11. The good news is that we just need to find out where that panic knob is and give it a little turn so we can start dialing it back. I feel it's being unreasonable, but it makes me feel better, so I do it. I also share my location with like 6 people, family and friends, and I also feel the need to tell those closest to me when my mother is having her episodes. She's not diagnosed with anything, I just noticed these patterns. Figured this was a question for the brain domain type shit. It sounds like there's definitely something going on here. You don't just abuse your children and not have something wrong with you. But like you said, she's not diagnosed with something. That doesn't mean that there isn't something going on. Most people who have something going on convince themselves that they're fine, and then they never actually go and talk to anybody about it, especially in situations like this. You've mentioned before that you're getting closer to your move out date, and hear me out here. The closer you get to that date, the more your anxiety might go up because you're getting closer and closer to being free from this person. And so there's going to be this worry of what if something happens at the last minute? What if something changes? What if something falls through and I'm not able to make it happen? That's normal. Just keep your eyes on the prize. Things are going to be just fine. This is something that most people have definitely experienced before, that type of anticipatory anxiety as a date approaches. Like if you're waiting to move out of a stressful situation or something, many people here have probably been through something similar where it's like the closer you get to it, the more you're like, ah shit, what if something happens? What if something falls through? Anyway, I'm excited for you to get out of there so that you can focus more on, you know, what matters most. Like being a good mama. Makes sense. I've had a worsening sense of impending doom. See? Yeah, exactly. So just recognize that it is what it is. You know, just ride it out. You know, this is the time where you want to bust out, you know, my comfort shows, my comfort snacks. You know, this is the time where it's like, I'm emptying out the toolbox. You know, I'm going to do whatever I need to cope in these last few days, these last few weeks. Just power through. You're gonna be free. This is probably something that people experience when they're in jail or in prison. You know, as they get nearer to their release date, they're probably up until the point where they're actually free. They worry that something's gonna happen and they're gonna get stuck there. So right now you're going through the same thing. So, something that you could do whenever you do notice your anxiety start to build, give your anxiety a new job. Like, anxiety, what am I gonna do after I move out? What am I gonna do to decorate? What am I gonna do to celebrate? What am I gonna do, you know, what's the first meal I'm gonna make in my new kitchen? That kind of stuff. Give anxiety a new job. Anxiety is on high alert right now, but anxiety doesn't have to focus just on what could go wrong. You could also run some other ideas by anxiety. What am I going to do once I'm out of here? You know, what am I going to do to celebrate? What am I going to have for dinner? Am I going to get pizza? Am I going to get Chinese food? You know, if I'm going to be moving out, I probably don't want to be doing a bunch of cooking, so I'm probably going to get some takeout. See what I mean? This is why it's so helpful to ask yourself what could go right. It's you reassigning the task that anxiety is performing. If anxiety is the part of your brain that looks to the future and tries to figure out what's going to happen, just be mindful of, is it only focusing on what could go wrong? Because it's the same mechanism, it's the same part of my brain that can figure out what could go right. You know? The same part of your brain that plans a party is the same part of your brain that worries that something bad's gonna happen. Sounds like you've got some plans in motion. You're making gumbo? I haven't had a good gumbo in forever. I don't really get the opportunity to have much gumbo in Missouri. I mean, I'm very far from the ocean. Then how else will I prove myself right when everything goes to shit? See, there you go. Self-fulfilling prophecy. That's the thing, is that anxiety can be a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you just spend all day, every day, worrying about the worst thing that could happen, it's probably going to end up happening. And then you're going to be like, oh my god, I was right. Just be mindful of what self-fulfilling prophecies you are currently in the process of writing. You know what I'm excited for? It's in a couple months. Creator Clash 3, baby! I had a lot of fun going to Creator Clash 2. I actually have my Creator Clash 2 boxing gloves right here. We got some souvenir boxing gloves from Creator Clash 2. I just have them up on the shelf, kind of on display. Wonder if I'll get another pair for Creator Clash 3. What is that? Creator Clash? Creator Clash is an event where they get a bunch of internet personalities and they make them fight each other in a boxing match. I want to box some people. Yeah, you and me both. Did I fight anyone? Not in any sanctioned matches. Just fighting myself mostly. Well, if anything, it makes you tougher. If there's anything about fighting yourself, is that, well, it makes you better at fighting. And it also kind of toughens you up a bit, but how much of that do we really need? Might be a little early for this subject, so warning to chat, this question is about death. I often think about dying. Not suicidal, just a sharp awareness of my mortality. I realize I don't know when it will happen and it can come at any moment. I get uncomfortable thinking about all the unfinished business I could leave in this life. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You leave as clueless as you came. Doesn't matter how much business you get up to in life, there's always going to be business that's unfinished. Now, of course, when you get closer and closer to the end, your perspective and your scope changes. It might not be, I have the unfinished business of, pursuing my dream career or, becoming an actor or, something out there. I want to be a space cowboy. I want to be an astronaut, that kind of stuff. When you get closer and closer to the end and you're like 95, it's like the unfinished business might be, oh, I didn't get my Christmas cards written out, or I didn't finish that box of oatmeal. There's always going to be unfinished business. I never got a chance to wear those new socks, Your perspective and your scope changes the older you get. It kind of narrows. It becomes more personal. So there will be unfinished business. That's unavoidable. I also find peace in knowing that I don't know when it will happen. and that it could happen at any moment. Like, the options are we fear that and we worry about it, or we appreciate that it'll at least be a surprise. I don't worry about unfinished business, but the after. Did you worry a lot when you were pre-born? You know, before you were born, did you do a lot of... Was that a stressful place for you? For me, I'm most nervous about dying with a messy apartment. I want my stuff to be neat and clean for whoever's cleaning it. On your deathbed, you're just like, make sure they delete my browser history. I think that it's a human's understanding that our lives are mortal and that it does end and that we will die. It's what actually motivates us to live. You know, to get out and take risks and do stuff and, you know, build things and, you know, see things in a different perspective, a different scale and scope. Here's the thing. Here's what happens after you die. You walk through a curtain, and then you're out on a stage and you're being interviewed. They're like, so? How was it? You lived a mortal life. What was it like? We're all dying to find out what you have to say. And then you get interviewed in front of an audience. It's like the reunion episode on reality TV. I had a strong realization about this when people were dying around me in 2020 and started really locking in and actually doing the things I wanted to do. See, and that kind of ties into what I was saying, is it's like a reminder that death exists and that it happens and that it is real. It can actually motivate you to do more living. A lot of people who have brushes with death, that is a turning point in their life. You know, they realize, you know, this job sucks. You know, this relationship I'm in, you know, maybe something needs to change. The more I do, the more I want to do. I realize I'll never really be finished with my business. I will always want to do more. I guess this is a good thing, sort of the opposite of suicidality. But do you have tips on how to accept that things won't be tied up with a neat bow whenever the time comes? And sort of how to accept mortality and kind of prepare for it in a not doomery way? Should I do shrooms again? I mean, if you want to. That could help. They say that psilocybin mushrooms are actually really good at helping people deal with a fear of mortality. They've experimented and done trials with clinically terminal cancer patients and stuff. So that's one way. I think, you know, I'm gonna go off of your analogy here. How do I accept that things won't be tied up with a neat bow? Does the quality of the gift depend on how it is wrapped? Probably not. You know, I think that it's about what's inside and what is, you know, all the things you've experienced, all the things that you've felt, all the things that you've done. That's what it's all about. The way that it ends is just the period at the end of the sentence. A little ego death does you good. I agree. It can really put things into perspective. If you're not familiar with what ego death is a point typically experienced during a psychedelic experience. You could also do this through deep meditation or other techniques, but I'm not going to get into all that right now. Most often we associate it with a high dose of psychedelics. Ego death feels like this. Who am I? And then you don't have an answer for that question. I know that I am, and I know that I had a name, and it was important to me, but I can't remember what it was right now. And I know that I know people, and I know that I knew people, and they were important to me, and I loved them, but I don't remember their names, and I'm having a hard time remembering their faces. I'm having a hard time remembering my face. This should stress me out, but I don't feel that stressed by it. It actually feels okay. I feel comfortable. It feels like I'm going home. It feels like I've always been here. Feels like I never left. And then you come back to reality and you're like, what the fuck just happened? That was weird. Sounds like dementia. Yeah, except instead of a slow, drawn-out neurodegenerative disease, it's something you experience over the span of a few minutes or a few hours. Sounds like all the connections you normally have in your brain stop working for a while. Keen observation. Under a high dose of psychedelic, your brain redirects its electrical activity. The part of your brain that you use on the day-to-day is called your default mode network. These are like the superhighways of your brain. They are the most commonly used mental pathways in your brain. The connections of neurons form this big network, the default mode network. Whenever you're on a psychedelic, all of that activity gets redirected. And now you're taking the back roads. You're out on the dirt roads and the gravel, you know? Maybe you're walking through the woods. You're making all sorts of new connections, and you're making them very rapidly. And that can be a little bit disorienting. Could that actually help with dementia to connect the wires again? I would be interested to see what a neurodegenerative substance could do to a person with a neurodegenerative disease. I would be curious to figure that out. They would have to test it first. They would have to do studies on it just to see. But what they found is that certain types of mushrooms actually promote neurogenesis, which is the development of new brain cells. So who knows? There could be potential there. It's not exactly ethical though. Yeah, because if a person has severe enough dementia, then they can't actually be cognizant enough to agree to participate in that type of study. You would have to get somebody who's on like the very early stages of it where they still have, you know, a certain amount of coherence. I agree to participate now if I ever get to that point. Probably. You could probably set something up, like, just in case. Like, hey, if the lights ever go out, like, if I'm still alive, but it's like the lights are out and there's nobody home, hit me with a heroic dose and just see what happens. You could probably have something put in your medical record that states that. That reminds me of this, it's this new series that's airing on HBO. It's from Mike Judge. It's called Common Side Effects. And it's about a mushroom that can heal pretty much anything. So, of course, knowing me, I'm a big fan of the show. As a fan of mushrooms and Mike Judge, it's really up my alley. Whenever the whole series is out, we'll have to do a watch party or something. I'll just play through the whole thing. I think it's a limited series. All right, we got questions. Let's get back to them. You already know who I am. Not gonna break the rule, but I feel bad for missing most of your streams. LOL. You already know who I... So I got this new med from my psychiatrist that literally gives me liquid courage without booze. I called my distant cousin out for stealing my childhood skateboard and bicycle that he just retaliated by denying and calling me crazy and stuff. He reported to my mom about my WhatsApp message to him, and yeah, under all the stress I managed to shout at her, and I'm no longer mute. No more muteness. There you go. Though it just sounds like you had some stuff you needed to get out. And you got it out. The family had a huge fight. My mom's husband was yelling at me like I'm less than trash. The only good one was my uncle, and I told him everything, even how my parents and step-parents are still alive because I'm not fully insane and I still have self-control. He calmed me down, but yeah. Mom claims to be religious, but she talks shit about me behind my back to my biological dad, who uses it as proof that I'm an asshole to his family. Now I can't contact his part of the family anymore despite my huge amount of love for them. Try anyway. Don't give up on them. Keep trying. Just show them that, you know, they were wrong about you. That's all you really can do. You know, it sucks that your mom put you into that position, but there is a chance of mending it, so don't give up on that. You know, allow that love to guide you. Just show them nothing but love, and why would they refuse you? Not breaking any rules for telling you this. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. I've made a game dev team which is going to release next year, and I'll use it to get the fuck out of their lives. I may be an asshole, but I don't pit family against family with lies for my own profit. Pardon my French. I'm not doing well. What I'm taking away from this is that love is the key, and love is going to set the, you know, it's gonna set you free. So So I think taking some time to focus on yourself and focus on finding that love for yourself, just being out of this stressful situation, it'll do you some good. It'll allow you some room to grow and expand and, learn more about yourself. Figure out more about who you really are. In time, branch back out and reconnect with the members of your family that you want to have a relationship with. I haven't slept for almost 48 hours. I would recommend you try to get some rest. You start to hallucinate after being awake that long. It's not good for your mental. It's time for a nap. Something that really sucks whenever there's family trouble is that sometimes you have to back away for a while and let things cool off before you re-engage with the members of the family that you want to have a relationship with. And it sucks and it's not fair, because you would hope that, I would be able to talk to this family member about something and they would know what I'm talking about and they would understand and they would support me. But sometimes just the drama and the chaos and the confusion, just the stress of the situation, sometimes it's best to just take a step back, let things cool off for a bit, and then re-engage. We want to fix it and we want it to be fixed soon, but we can't really fix it right now. It needs some time to cool off before we go back at it. Focus on finding people that give you that feeling of family. Family is a feeling. You know what I mean? It's not something that you always find with the people that you're related to. Anyway, it sounds like being away from all of that drama will be good for you. That doesn't sound like a very supportive and engaging environment. Are most of our movements, body, act, reaction in life unresolved trauma? I wouldn't say most. I would say some. My understanding of this is, does trauma affect the way that our body acts, the way that our body operates, the way our body moves even? Yes, this is true. I'll give you an example. Let's say that in your home growing up, sometimes the door would burst open, and whenever the door bursts open, there's going to be somebody angry on the other side, and they're going to come in and they're going to be mad at me about something. And so whenever I hear a door open loudly, my head goes like this. Because that is what I have learned, and that is how I respond to that. And whenever the door opens loudly, I assume that somebody is coming in and they're mad at me. And that's just one example of the way that your experiences can alter the way that your body operates on a physical level, as far as like speaking about movement and stuff. There's a book it's a very popular book. It's called The Body Keeps the Score. And what we have learned about trauma in the past couple decades is that the body remembers. The body remembers. So there could be all sorts of tightness or tension or reaction to different types of sounds or stimuli or even words or smells that could be tied to some sort of trauma that we experienced. But I wouldn't say it's most. I would say it's a fair number. You know, let's look at it this way: adverse experiences teach you how to act, just as positive experiences teach you how to act. I've almost finished The Body Keeps the Score. It's a really good book. Have you started on your book report yet? Because I will be grading it. I've had online siblings who aren't blood related, but I love them like family. Those are the relationships that you want to invest more in. You know, if I'm trying to invest my emotional energy in people, but I feel like I'm just pouring into a cup that's full of holes, save that energy. Invest it in someone else. Just wanted to remind chat to check in with yourself. Are you thirsty? Hungry? Is there something you've been putting off that's stressing you out? How's your posture? Remember to take care of yourself. Do you love this shit? Are you high right now? Do you ever get nervous? Love you. Kisses your cheek if you consent. Do you consent? Consenters in. Consenters in. I was with you until you started the internet speak. I can't help it. I'm an idiot. I've spent too long on the internet. Some of it rubbed off on me. I'm a millennial. Being cringe is part of who we are. Just hope you have it in your heart to forgive me. Good night. Good night. Everybody in Europe's wearing their pajamas. I'm also wearing my pajamas. Honestly, I feel hopeless. My family are Trumpers, and it's just so sad. Trump could literally shoot someone, crash and burn the economy, and his supporters have so much cognitive dissonance that they will still find a way to justify his actions. My grandpa was diagnosed with COVID and was on his deathbed denying COVID. That's so sad so frustrating and also so disappointing. Some people would rather be right than accept the truth. The thing is that they aren't even right. They just want to feel right. And that's the most frustrating part of all of it, is our brain can't tell the difference. It doesn't matter so much if we're actually correct. We just want to feel correct. Denial is a hell of a drug. Anyway, thanks for letting me rant. I needed to get it out. Well, I'm glad you got it out. Also, I'm glad that you didn't buy into it. You know? You didn't buy into it. That's good. It is disappointing for the rest of them, though. I think what's important to remember is that we're all frustrated right now because the status quo sucks. Can't buy a house, can't buy eggs, can't get a new car, everything's more expensive. Can't even go on YouTube without ads anymore. Fucking sucks. And I think that there are people out there who want to see it crash and burn because they're sick of it. They're over it. They're so disconnected from the institutions and the systems, and they feel like they haven't been represented their entire life. So why do I need to keep paying money to these people who are just stealing from me? I think what's important is, you know, if you're gonna talk to family members about this, you kind of have to do it one-on-one, because if you're doing it you with them as a group, then you're gonna get outnumbered and you're gonna get ganged up on, and they're gonna just enable each other. You got to bring it back to what is actually frustrating you in your life. What is it that you want to see changed in your life? And what is being done to make that happen? I feel like we're all dealing with a lot of the same struggles, a lot of the same frustrations, and I don't think that Donald Trump is really the solution to that. He's not really a solutions guy. He's good at making money or something. I don't like, that's what he's good at, I guess. Maybe. That's debatable. Anyway, we got a con artist running the White House right now. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. For real, sometimes I think when it hits them, they'll realize, but honestly, they'll always have a scapegoat. And I feel bad for people like that because that just shows that they are an idiot. And they're afraid and they're scared and they don't want to be wrong because being wrong feels bad. It's like, you don't get to fuck people over and strip other people's rights away just because you don't want to feel bad about being wrong, you fucking idiot. He's good at grifting. Oh, he's very good at grifting. He's extremely good at grifting. The president literally did a crypto rug pull. He started his own crypto coin, and I don't know if you don't know a lot about cryptocurrency, good, because it's stupid. It's basically just fake digital money. I know, right? That's what it is. People are putting money into this. He started his own coin, and he is doing what is referred to as a rug pull. You know, you get people excited about investing in this new coin. They're like, hey, by the way, I just came out with my new coin. I'll give you an example. Let's say I did it. And we're like, oh yeah, by the way, buy Brainbucks. Brainbucks, they're the new biggest thing. You know, they're gonna be worth a lot. Maybe not initially, but they're only gonna go up in value as long as no one agrees to sell them yet. That's the whole thing. You can't just sell off a bunch because then the value is going to plummet. And that's what they do in these crypto rug pull schemes is they get a bunch of initial investors. Sometimes it's a few $1,000, sometimes it's millions of dollars. Donald Trump did probably one of the biggest ones yet. Over $10 billion. All that crypto coin stuff is dumb. Yes, it's very dumb. Which is why we're all going to move out into the woods and reestablish a barter system, just the way things were meant to be. Oh, you want some eggs? Here you go, have some milk. You want some flour? Oh yeah, here, have some cheese. You want some sausage? Give me a back rub. We just gotta make all money worthless. Money is only worth what you believe it to be worth. It's about collective belief. Can't eat paper. Can't eat gold. You can't eat silver. I mean, you probably could, but you shouldn't. It'd be bad for you. I keep telling my mom to get a chickens. She has a backyard, but she's not down. All right, so here's the thing. Get a chicken coop, get some chickens, and then once mom sees the cute little baby chickens, she wouldn't possibly want you to get rid of them. Come on, mom, they're so cute, and they'll grow up so quick, and then we'll have eggs. Sometimes it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. I'm gonna get some chickens. I want to get some chickens, especially with the price of eggs. Whew. Price of eggs almost makes a man want to buy chickens. I like pretending these pretzels are a cigar. It's kind of fun. My comment was too long and wasn't seen. Yeah, it didn't come through. Wonder if they're hard to take care of, or they can get sick, worms, etc. Some breeds are probably hardier than others. You gotta remember that the current, like, egg-laying hens you can get, these are the process of, like, hundreds and hundreds of years of agricultural science. This makes me feel like Sigmund Freud. Oh, tell me about your mother. My heart goes out to anybody who has Trumpers in their family. I got lucky. I have a family full of libs. I also have some socialists in my family, so that's pretty based. But, like, for the most part, my family's pretty lib, but I'm okay with that. My family's pretty woke. So I got lucky. So if there is anybody that does support Trump in the family, they shut up about it, because they're outnumbered. One of the best egg-laying chickens to get is the Rhode Island Red. Originally bred in the 19th century, it's bred for both egg and meat. However, in the past few years, much of these meat production genes have been bred out. They're primarily just egg layers now. So the chickens you get, these are the result of crossbreeding different types of chickens. They've been specifically bred over the course of generations to get you a hardy, egg-laying bird. One hen can produce more than 280 eggs a year. While mature and at peak ability, they'll give you 6 eggs a week. My mom got into a shouting match with her Trumper sister. It's pretty entertaining, TBH. Your mom is such an anomaly to me. Like, in some ways, she seems pretty based, but in other ways, she just seems completely insufferable. So it's like, where do we go from here? I'd love to meet her. She'd love me. She'd get a real kick out of me. I'm popular with moms. Grandmas, they love me. Don't know what it is. Don't know what it is. Casey's grandma said something about me. She was like, most men just don't get it. But Joshua, he understands. He's one of the good ones. I was like, thank you, Grandma. Accidentally dragged some text over to my screen again. All right, if you're thinking about laying your own eggs or raising your own chickens, hold on, I want to try to find a picture of the eggs. There are a few different that are really good. This one, 300 to 350. Developed by the Institut de Sélection Animale in France in 1978. They call it the ISA brown because it's a brown chicken. Leghorn, Sapphire Gem, Golden Comet, Rhode Island Red, Sussex, the Easter Egger. This one lays green, blue, olive, pink, tan, and cream colored eggs. Look at those eggs. Blue eggs. So yeah, you can get a chicken that lays cool colored eggs if you like. Isn't that fun? All sorts of fun colors of eggs. Well, one of them fluffy chickens. Do you know that there's show chicken competitions? There's a documentary on this. It's called Chicken People. It's really funny. It's about competitive chicken breeders. They take their chickens to a contest to have them judged. 2016. It's a real film, but it's so funny and so goofy that they actually compare it to a mockumentary, Best in Show, about, it's a mockumentary about dog shows. Funny movie. This is also a funny movie, but it's also funny because it's real. Did not know that, and now I need to attend one. At the state fair in Missouri, they do a chicken contest, and then they also do rabbits. They also do show jumping. That's fun. Gosh. Did you know that this was a thing? Isn't this one of the cutest things you've ever seen? Look at him. Look at this little guy. Did you ever see something so impossibly cute? Look at him go. Rabbits are very cute. Wait, they do rabbit agility contest? Yeah? Huh. Alright, hold on. Hold on, I need to find a video of this. I need to find a video of her. Which of these videos do I stand the best chance of being able to watch without getting DMCA'd? Probably this one. Oh no, it's copyright. Uh-oh. We better be careful then. Let's just watch a little bit. Let's just watch a little bit. Alright, here we go. Let's see what he does. Oh my god, did you see that? Oh my god, rewind. Go again. Let's do it slow-mo. Let's slow that down. Let's go as slow as we can. Alright, here we go. One more time. Boing. I had no idea this was a thing, and now my day is brighter because of it. I had no idea this was a thing. And now I do, and I'm excited to tell more people about it, because this is a great conversation starter. The next time you're at a party or a social gathering, be like, did you know that they have rabbit jumping contests? Yeah, they do like a high jump, and then they see how high they can go. Yeah, no, it's a whole thing. Yeah, they do like a championship. Kind of funny, huh? And then show them a picture. Show them a picture of that rabbit jumping the thing. I would say it's in better social taste that if you're trying to tell somebody about something and it's some concept, don't make them watch a video. Be like, actually, here, watch this video on my phone. I hate when people do that. And I think most other people are annoyed by that too, when you're just like, here, watch this video. Just show them a picture. Is that the champion jumper? I don't know. It says number 8. Do they have number 1? Number 3? Number 2? This is number 1. This is the champion jumper. I hate when videos do this, when they pop shit up over the video before the video's even done. How do you get rid of this? How do you make this go away? have to go to like my YouTube settings to hide this shit. You gonna jump? Here we go. Boing! Boing. Wow. 95 centimeters. 95 centimeters. He's trading for the big leagues. My bird could clear all those easily. Yeah, but he'd also get disqualified because he's just a bird wearing rabbit ears. Love, like, rabbits are cute. Rabbits are fun and all that. They're very, you know, they're fun little animals. They can be very sweet and affectionate and cuddly. But the thing about rabbits is that they like to chew shit. They're always chewing shit. You're like, if you have a rabbit in your house, expect shit to get chewed the fuck up. Like, even stuff that you're like, I didn't even think the rabbit would chew this. They did. I didn't even think a rabbit could chew through this. It did. Yeah, my friend Aaron, he had some rabbits and he was just always getting stuff chewed through. Oh my god, hold on. I need to... He's trying to, like, let's see if he got what it takes. I don't know. I don't know if he's cut out for the sport. I don't know if his heart's in it.
Ready? Ready? Can we have a round of applause first for the bunnies for the first round? Thank you. Okay, are you ready? Get set, go!
Oh my god, look at him go. Boing. Uh-oh. Oh. You have to reset. Alright, get a running start. There you go. Oh. Boing.
Well done. You ready? Ready?
I
Can we
find
have
these
a
so
round of applause
entertaining.
first for the bunnies for the first round?
Well,
Thank you.
I'm over it. Well, add that to the list of cute stuff that you didn't know existed, but you found out about at exactly the right time, and it gave you another reason to stay on this earth. Hi, Papa. What kind of things do you do for yourself for self-care? What about when you're trying to relax? Ah, you want to know my secrets, huh? Alright, let's talk about them. I look at relaxation as a skill. You know, it's something to practice, it's something that you can get better at, and so it's something I always try to be mindful of. You know, what's missing here? What could I add to this to make me more relaxed? And what I like to factor in are all of my different senses. You know, taste, touch, smell, sight, sound. You know, if you can find relaxation in all of those categories, you know, a warm cup of tea, maybe a nice little candle, some mood lights, cozy blanket, you know, all of that will help you to maximize your relaxation. Things I do for self-care, you know, to be honest, now that you ask me, I'm, you know, reawakening with spring. You know, some of my, you know, I don't spend as much time outside in the winter. I don't really go to the gym as much in the winter. I'm kind of just chilling through the winter. But, you know, going to the gym, getting some exercise, you know, spending time outside, spending time with friends, that's stuff that I love to do for self-care. I also, I got this new soap. It's pine tar scented. And it smells so good. So I even look at that stuff as like, you know, that's self-care. Like, get yourself a new soap. Get one you really like. Maybe spend a little bit extra on it, you know? Maybe don't just get the cheapest option, you know? Maybe spend a little bit more for something that, you know, you'll like a little bit better. You know, something that'll smell nice. You know, because the difference between a cheap bar of soap and a fancier bar of soap, it's just a couple bucks, you know? You can make that work. God, this bar of soap I got, though, was like $6. Fucking incredible, though. It smells so good. It smells so good that it makes me want to take more showers than I already do. They also make a deodorant, so I'm thinking about getting the deodorant, too. But it's like $13 deodorant. $13 deodorant. I think I might do it though. I think I might end up going for it. You want to know the soap? I got some soap that was, it's definitely marketed for men. They got me. They got me with the men's branding. I got one of these. They had it at the store, so I was like, this smells really good. I want to give it a try. It's got sand in it, so it's got some grit. It smells really good. But it's definitely that, like, it's definitely marketed to men. It's definitely got that masculine branding. And you know what? They got me. They got me. I hate being advertised to. I also hate being the target demographic. I don't know what my problem is. They do a lot of advertising for it. They're very like memey. A lot of like internet ads. But I found it at Walmart. I just got it at Walmart. Did you hear that we're boycotting Target for 40 days? Did you hear this? A 40-day Target boycott starts today. I never shop at Target anyway. Yeah, this won't be a big change for me because I don't really go to Target. I used to. I used to go to Target. But not anymore. Target is facing a 40-day consumer boycott starting Wednesday over the company's shift away from diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. Now, why would Target, of all companies, do that? Target's the place where you go and there's like the models for the clothes on the walls have like, you know, inclusive body types, and you know, you see people with like, you know what I mean? Like, you've been to Target recently? And it's cool, you know, you see the diversity there, and it's not just like all of the models just look the same. Yeah, they were the store that always had the Pride section, that kind of shit. So I thought that was kind of like Target's thing, was being more like libbed up. So this is interesting for them to backpedal. We're asking people to divest from Target because they have turned their back on our community, says Reverend Jamal Bryant, a prominent Atlanta area mega church pastor. Hold on. Huh? Well, now I'm typically anti-mega church pastor. So now I don't know how to feel. Let's look up. Hold on. What church does this guy run? Like, what's going on with him? Well, okay. His controversy section is pretty low. I just as long not a long list of controversies. That's always refreshing. All right, I'm on board. I won't be going to Target for the next 40 days. Yeah, this is weird for Target to do because Target's normally much more progressive. So, it's almost like they only care about money. Target does have really intense loss prevention. They have a whole, like, crime lab at their headquarters or something. Why 40 days, though? Does it have to do with Lent? That would probably be the case because it was just... Am I gonna get canceled if I say Fat Tuesday? Because that's just what it was always called, but apparently people have a new name for it now that I didn't know. Is it okay if I say that? Are you guys gonna get mad at me? I don't want to body shame a day of the week. Is that when Lent starts? I don't fucking know. I've never done Lent, so I don't know. Is it like the 40 days between Fat Tuesday and Good Friday? Is Fat Tuesday a traditionally recognized Christian day? It's also known as Pancake Day, so I don't know what to think anymore. Anyway, what else do I like to do for self-care? I like to watch camping videos on YouTube. Sometimes I'll watch videos on YouTube of people just making shit that I have no idea what it is or I have no idea what it's for, but it's just cool. I feel like I'm learning stuff. I like to play games. I like to hang out with the animals. I like to do yoga. I like to meditate. I like to dance. I like to listen to music. I like to read books. I thought Fat Tuesday was where you get those alcoholic slushies in Vegas. That is true. But it's originally named for the holiday. It's Ash Wednesday. It's Ash Wednesday. That reminds me of the time where I was in Catholic school for a year and I got ash put on my head for Ash Wednesday, and I thought it was kind of weird because I'd never done that before and I didn't know that people did that. And I was walking around wondering why everybody had a smudge of ash on their head. I'm like, what the fuck? It was so weird to only go to a Catholic school for 1 year, especially at that point in my like development when I was like 12. You know, just going from having no exposure to religion at all to having like now I'm immersed in it and we have to go to like service every week and it's just like something we attend as a class and it's something we study in school. I'm like, it was just like, I was naturally very skeptical. I was like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? We had you know what was weird is that I had a religion class and the teacher was the same teacher that taught my history class. And they taught us about evolution in history class. That we learned about evolution and then we were like, wait, where does this line up? And then they were like, I don't know. They're just like, it is what it is. Oh yeah, sometimes I like to take a nice hot bath. Just saw a news report on the Barnard College protest and the reporter had an ash smudge. Yeah. It's like, you're like, until it clicks, you're just like, why are they dirty? Did nobody tell them? They're like, hey, you got a little, hold on, let me get that for you. All right, we got a question box submission. Somebody's, you know, feeling a little overwhelmed right now, it sounds like. I've recently changed my policy on showing these on stream. Should have read through it first. But let me just say, you said sorry if I said anything wrong. You didn't say anything wrong here. I'm not sure what we're talking about. I'm confused by that. Don't do anything you're gonna regret. If you're feeling stressed out, if you're feeling like ending it, talk to somebody. Call a hotline, talk to somebody. There are people out there who want to talk. They want to help you. They're there to listen. But don't give up. We want to see you succeed, okay? We want to see you stick it around. So don't go anywhere. Took your advice about telling yourself this is self-care while doing self-care instead of being insulting to myself while practicing it. Can you expand on how this is a great thing to do? Thanks. Well, hopefully you've been enjoying it so far. Let's talk about it real quick. The reason why we want to do that is because just think about our relationship with self-care. How do we view it? Do we prioritize it? Do we view ourselves as someone that's deserving of it? If we have these like negative or self-defeating thoughts, sometimes we have to actually make an intentional effort to remind ourselves, I am worthy of my own love and affection and care. Instead of making myself feel bad for not doing it, or criticizing myself, or taking this as an opportunity to beat myself up and insult myself, instead I'm going to remind myself that this is me taking good care of myself. It helps you to readjust your perspective on self-care. So whether it be, going for a walk, brushing your teeth, taking a shower, making yourself some good food, it's about building up a better relationship with you. It's learning how to show myself that I care about myself. It's about reminding myself that I am deserving of my own care, my own love and affection. Also, it helps to bring in line our thoughts and our actions. If we're just going to do the actions, if we're just going to do the self-care, but we're not going to address the thinking behind it, then we're only looking at half of the puzzle. So you want to take a look at both sides of it. I have to change my thinking and I have to change my behaviors. And if I do that, I'm able to change how I feel. But yeah, it's all about changing your relationship with self-care. It's about reprioritizing good self-care for yourself. Reminding yourself that you are worth it. Sometimes that's a really important thing that people need to do, especially if they're depressed or their self-care has started to slip. Maybe it's getting harder for them to clean up after themselves, or it's getting harder to take a shower. sometimes you gotta remind yourself that I am worth it. I am deserving of this. Because I feel like what a lot of people get caught into is when they are really depressed, they feel like, well, what's the point? Why bother? You know, they feel like they don't deserve that love and care. But you and I both know that that's just depression talking, and depression is a lion ass bastard. The best thing that you can do with depressive thoughts is to learn to recognize them for what they are and then doing the opposite of what they tell you to do. So if depression is saying,
stay in bed all day, don't contact your loved ones, they all secretly hate you.
what I should probably do is get up out of bed and send a message to somebody, just, you know, talk to them. Like, hey, how's it going? You really want to stick it to your depression? Start using it against itself. Learn to recognize your depressive thoughts and then do the opposite of what they do. Now depression has become a tool. Depression tells me what to do by telling me the opposite of what I should be doing. Oh, hello, Professor Reedness. How are you doing? Welcome in. I'm almost out of coffee. Sorry. Clicking on something. There we go. I'm gonna go get another cup of coffee. Enjoy these rabbits. We're on a rabbit kick today. Ever since we found out that competitive show jumping was something that they did with bunny rabbits, and it's just as cute as you'd think it would be. We'll get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Hey, Zatchap, how's it going? I'll be right back. I need a drink. Also, we're all caught up in the question box, so if you got a question, drop it in.
I'm back.
Oh my god, look at those bunnies. Rabbit zoomies are on another level. Just the way they'll be munching. Num, 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 num. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oop. Boing. Oh. I have the I have the YouTube algorithm of an 8-year-old. A cute animal compilation. If you can listen to your depression and do the opposite of what it tells you, like you just mentioned, can this work with OCD? Like if OCD is telling me not to do something, should I try to spite it? I don't know how effective that could be. The thing is it might work, but it might be stressful and it might not be all that productive. The reason why it works for depression is because depression is kind of delusional. You know, when you think about what depression does to your thinking, the way that it interferes with your ability to perceive reality, it feels very much like a delusion. Like, not everybody hates you. You know, life is worth living. Things can be okay. You know? But depression will have you believing that all of those things are just impossible. The thing about OCD is that it's more anxiety driven. And we can't really reduce anxiety by just doing the opposite of what our anxiety tells us to do. Sometimes it can work. Sometimes we can really just white knuckle it through. What would probably be more helpful is just being more mindful of the behaviors while you're doing them or before you're doing them, instead of doing the behaviors and then looking back on them and being like, oh, why did I do that? So this could look like you might be wondering what I mean when I say that. If I feel a compulsion to do something, or if I'm dealing with like an obsessive thought, I'm going to point it out to myself. I'm going to identify it for what it is. I'm going to be as mindful as I can be in this process. If that thought is making me want to engage in a compulsive behavior, I'm going to say that out loud to myself. I'm saying, right now I'm feeling this way and it's making me want to do this thing. Instead of just doing the thing. It's an important step to include in there. You know, we're starting to become more mindful and aware and recognizing what's going on. It helps us to view it just a little bit differently. The thing about OCD is it's kind of like scratching an itch. That restlessness, that agitation that you get from dealing with the obsessive thought, it's like an itch. It's like a mental itch. And the way that you scratch it is by engaging in the compulsive behavior. So what can we do about that? Well, we could sit with the feeling. We could sit with it and ride it out and see that I don't have to scratch the itch. Eventually the itch will fade away if I just ride it out. That could take a few minutes to get through. The key in changing OCD behaviors is to break the connection between the thought and the behavior. But that can be tricky to do. This is, in dealing with OCD, it's something that can be really helpful to work with somebody who understands OCD so that they can, give you that perspective, give you that feedback, go over different techniques, what worked, what didn't work. Move a muscle, change a thought. Exactly. Like, I'll give you a little example. This is one that I learned from one of my favorite professors in my undergrad. He was telling me about one of his quirks, and it happened to be one that I also had at the time. It was a worry that I didn't lock the door. Whether it be my car or the door to the house, I would have this worry because I didn't remember locking it, then I must have not locked it, even though I always lock it. Just like muscle memory, I always lock it. But for some reason, I don't remember locking it, so I don't know if I did lock it, so now I gotta go back and check. I wouldn't say that that would meet the criteria for being OCD, but it is an obsessive thought and a compulsive behavior. The obsessive thought is, did I lock the door? And the compulsive behavior is, I have to go back and check. Even though things are probably fine, even though, I don't really have anything to worry about, even though the fact that the door is probably locked. So what did I do to change that? Well, my teacher said the way that he overcame it was by saying out loud to himself, whenever he would lock the door, I am locking the door. Because now you got a bookmark. Now you can look back and say, I did lock the door. I remember standing there and saying to myself, I am locking the door. This is why it's really important to verbalize things, to put them out there. It changes the way that you think about things, and it changes the way that you remember things, and it changes the way that you experience stuff. So that's why I encourage you to talk about what it is you're thinking, what it is that you're feeling, what it is that that thought is trying to make you do in order to satisfy that feeling. Because when you talk about stuff, instead of just thinking about it, you're using a different part of your brain. You're applying more brain power to the situation. You're putting it into words. You're getting it out there, which gives you a new perspective on it. Which gives you a new way to think about it. And sometimes that's just what we need. I do this. I do it from my phone, wallet, keys when I'm going somewhere. Yep. OCD can be really frustrating, but it is very treatable. It might not feel treatable because it can be very stressful. It can be very agitating. It can feel overwhelming. But as far as things go, it's It's actually very receptive to different to treatment. You know. It's classified as an anxiety disorder, and anxiety disorders are very treatable. As far as treatment in general, anxiety disorders are probably one of the most straightforward things to treat. You know, they're some of the most common. A majority of people who go in and, you know, talk to a doctor, talk to a therapist about what they're dealing with, it's something anxiety related. Super treatable. And sometimes all you need are some small little tweaks to get you where you want to be. A new little shift in your perspective, some new tools in your toolbox, a little bit of time to practice, and you're good to go. I used to work with someone who had OCD. I felt really bad for her. It can be stressful. Oh, definitely. There was a video they showed us. I wonder if I could find it. There's this video we watched in school about OCD, and they were interviewing a woman, and she was, you know, driving down the street, and she said, anytime I get to a stop, I have to turn around and stare at my child in the back seat. So sometimes she would just sit there and just, somebody would honk at her. So a lot of OCD deals with, you know, compulsive checking things, you know, making sure that things are locked, making sure that the oven's off, you know, making sure that, you know, your child is still in the back seat, that they didn't jump out of the car when you weren't looking. Sometimes it has to do with, you know, ordering things being in place, things being tidy. You could also deal with germophobia. Germophobia is also another form of OCD. Some people will wash their hands and then they'll wash their hands again and again and again, and now their hands are all chapped and cracked and bleeding. I had a professor tell us he treated a woman who would spray Lysol on her chicken because she was afraid of germs. At what point is, you know, eating cleaning chemicals worse for you than eating the meal. You know what I mean? Like, one of the things I don't get is when people wash their chicken. Like, you're gonna cook it. Like, you're gonna heat it to such a high temperature that anything bad in there is gonna die. It's gonna get cooked. That's the whole point of cooking it. Some people will wash their chicken in the sink, and what they don't realize is that in doing that, you're actually spreading more of the chicken around your kitchen. The water hits the chicken and it bounces off, and now it's on the counter, and now it's around the sink, and it's all in the sink. It's on anything that was in the sink, and that's actually way worse. You're actually increasing the risk of contracting things like salmonella by running your chicken under water before cooking it. I always rinse mine off because I don't like the slime. You could also just wipe it with a paper towel or pat it dry. Like, that also works. The slime isn't gonna hurt you, even if you cooked it with the slime on there. And I know the words slime and food don't normally go together, and it's kind of gross, but it's just like, I don't know, congealed proteins or something. I don't fucking know. It's harmless. It'll cook right off. I like to pat it dry though, because then you get a crispier exterior. You know, you don't want it to be too moist because then it won't crisp up properly. I normally like to pat dry meat before I cook it. Especially a steak. Especially a steak. If you aren't patting your steaks dry before you cook them, you're missing out. I made some pan-seared steaks yesterday. We had some people over on Saturday for dinner, and we made steaks, and then we ended up having some extra, so we were able to have steak again. Are there any good glute stretches? Well, yes. Do you want 7, 12, 10, 8? What's a good number? What's a good number for you? 7? Yeah, let's go straight forward. Let's do it easily. You have 3 gluteal muscles: the gluteus maximus, the gluteus medius, and the gluteus minimus. The gluteus maximus is the largest muscle in your body. The best ways to stretch your butt is probably with a yoga mat. Or a chair. The seated figure 4 stretch. This one looks easy. The seated pigeon pose. It does kind of look like one of those birds that gets the water, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? She kind of looks like one of these. They called me flat. That's... There's something we can do about that. I used to have a flat butt, but I started working out on my glutes and now I have more of a butt. That's one. Oh yeah, you feel it? You feel it? Seated glute stretch. Downward facing dog. You got a yoga mat? The ED has me too skinny, I fear. Thick is in. Tell your eating disorder that thick is in. Curves are back. Pigeon pose. Oh, okay. Now we're really getting into it. One of these things. I lost weight and now I want it back. Well, thankfully there's a way that we can do that. Huh. If you want more cake, just eat more cake. It's that simple. My ass feels better. I'm looking out for your brain and your butt. All right, I saw this article the other day. Actually, this just came out today. I saw this earlier today is what I meant to say. Incels misperceive societal views, overestimating blame and underestimating sympathy. What they're saying here is that incels think that people hate them and blame them and have less sympathy for them than they actually do. It does kind of tie into a sort of like victimhood complex, but so, what do people actually think about incels? Well, people actually feel more sympathetic for them than they would realize. They did a study. It was called Seeing Through the Black Pill. Incels are wrong about what people think about them. The thing that they're experiencing here is, you know, they feel like society hates them because they hate themselves. They are projecting their own insecurities onto everyone else. And that's something that most people do. You know, when we're feeling insecure, we feel like other people must be aware of this. Other people must agree with me on this. You know, if I'm feeling fat and I go outside, everybody must be looking at me. They must be, you know, secretly thinking or commenting about my weight or something like that. By the way, sympathy sucks. We would rather have empathy, right? But sometimes you take what you can get. Sometimes somebody saying, damn, that sucks, I feel bad for you, is what you're going to get from them. The thing about empathy is that I'm fine with giving it to the best of my ability, but I'm not going to demand it from anybody else. They might not be ready for it. They might not be able to do it yet. I guess what you really want to be mindful of is that if you feel marginalized, if you feel like you got the short end of the stick, if you feel like life dealt you a shitty hand, you want to avoid spaces online that just feed into that and drive it even further, because I think that's the real problem. Like, we don't hate incels for, whatever it is they're going through. Like, we can have empathy for that and we can understand that, they're just struggling. But when they start to collectively come together and, they just drive further and further into this like hateful rhetoric, it's like, okay, that's when we're like, okay, what are you doing here? You know what I mean? There are far more incels than there are extremist incels. Extremist incels you should be worried about, because these are people who, are this is the type of people that they will literally seek out for recruitment for like extremist groups. They've got no connections, they have a chip on their shoulder, they think that society hates them, they don't feel like they have a place in the world, they feel like they're never going to find love. And people will take advantage of that and use that to, achieve their political goals. This is a very niche subject. Yeah. Not if you spend much time on twitch.tv. Do you think that Twitch has an above or below? Like, where do you think the average would be if you were to compare this, like, society as a whole versus the population of Twitch? Is there a higher population of incels on this platform than you would find in, like, out in the real world? You think / are told by implication that there's something wrong with you. Yeah. Being made to feel like there's something wrong with you for being who you were born. There's a difference, though, between there is something wrong with you and there is room for improvement. I feel like we've all got room for improvement. Doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with us, but we could try to do better. We could practice compassion and patience and empathy and that kind of stuff. It's a fine balance, and I feel like a lot of people have a hard time getting there, but once you do get there, it's a nice place to be. Recognizing that I am okay with who I am right now, but I'm also okay with growing. I'm okay with improving, because that benefits me. It benefits the people I care about. It does more for the world and for my relationships. I'm glad they were able to get all 4 tires on the car. If you weren't here earlier and you missed it, I was telling, I I had some frustrations with the tire shop this morning. I dropped the car off to get the tires replaced and an oil change done. And then they sent me a text and said, you know, there's been a change in your service. You need to call somebody. And I called them and they're like, oh yeah, we need you to come in and sign something. And then I went in, I drove back up there and they're like, oh. And then I got home and they called me again. I'm like, what is it this time? They're like, well, we were able to get 3 of your tires off, but we couldn't get the last tire off. Of like the rim, I guess. Not off of the car, but off of the rim itself. They're like, we don't have a tool that's strong enough. You're gonna have to take it somewhere else. Oof. Thankfully they ended up being able to do it. Like, oh good. So we were able to get all 4 tires replaced. A lot of the incels, they get hit with the masculinity bit hard, right? This is one of the things that really frustrates me about the internet today, is that there are men who are lonely and frustrated and, you know, they're lacking in self-esteem and self-confidence, and grifters will take advantage of that, and they will say, I see that you're struggling. We're all struggling, brother, and there's somebody to blame for that. So they turn all those feelings and then they blame them on people who aren't actually responsible. Like women. Or they're sold this idea that like, well, no, the reason why you're unhappy is you don't have enough testosterone. You need more testosterone. You need to be eating more red meat. That's why you're not happy. It's like, I don't know. Maybe I'm not happy because of, capitalism or something. Maybe I'm not happy because I have to thanklessly work a job for 40 or more years. I might never be able to own a home. I might never be able to retire. I might never be able to go on vacation. And for what? Buy my boss a second home, to buy my boss a boat. It's like, yeah, people are waking up to that and they're realizing that the system is broken and it exploits people, and we're frustrated by that. So just be very mindful of who is actually to blame. Who is it that is actually contributing to the most to your suffering? Because it isn't anybody else in the working class. It isn't women. It's the capitalists. It's the billionaires. It's people like Elon Musk, which is really ironic considering how much he markets himself to that demographic. The very demographic that, are suffering the most because of actions that he is taking, you have people who are just like lining up to defend him. It's really weird. And at the end of it all, we're on a speck of a planet for the blink of an eye running this meaningless rat race. Exactly. It's like, can you imagine just having that perspective? Just being like, I am only here for the blink of an eye on the cosmic scale. I am a speck on a speck. Imagine knowing that and still being misogynistic. Imagine knowing that and still being racist. we already talk about the overview effect here? I don't think so. The effect that is that what they call it when an astronaut goes to space and they see the Earth and then it all clicks for them? Oh my god, this is it. Every human that has ever lived, they all came from there. Every living human right now lives there. And then the perspective of it just really sinks. You're like, oh, we need to do more to protect it. That phenomenon is one of the things that's really helpful in looking at your life, for example, as well. Like taking a step back from yourself. Just like astronauts take a step back from the Earth and they're able to achieve a new perspective on humanity. Taking a step back from yourself can give you a whole new perspective on you and your life and your experiences. It's a zoom out technique. We did a presentation on it just the other day. Yeah, have you seen that video of William Shatner after he came back down? Like he went up to space on the Jeff Bezos rocket and they were interviewing him and he was just like, this is it. We're all here. You could tell that his mind was just blown at that moment.
Not only is it different than what you thought, it happens so quickly. You know what my
It's so quiet. This video sucks.
the impression I had that I never expected to have is you're shooting up.
Oh my god.
And this new sky.
Come here. I want one.
William Shatner's here having this mind-blowing breakthrough moment, and he's trying to share it with Jeff Bezos, and Jeff Bezos is like, champagne! God, Jeff Bezos is such a such a weirdo. You don't really, you won't meet a normal billionaire because billionaires aren't normal people. You have to have a certain level of drive and obsession, like unhealthy levels of obsession and control, and in order to reach that level. And yeah. That's one of those videos that sticks with me, is that moment where it's like they just got back, you know, they're still in their spacesuits, and he's just like, it's all so fragile. And then Jeff Bezos is like, pretty cool, right? Champagne! You're like, oh my god, he's a robot. What we really need is a space elevator. Rockets are just the beginning. What we really need is a space elevator. If we're ever going to get out of here, why would we want to leave? Why do we need spaceships when we are already living on one of the most well-designed spacefaring vessels for our species? Because exploration and all that. Yeah. To boldly go where no man has gone before. We should be able to do that, but I feel like we need to make sure that people here are taken care of first. It just feels kind of rude to just be like, let's go start a colony on another planet while people are still starving and dying on our home planet. If you can't fix those issues, warfare, starvation, homelessness on your home planet, what makes you think it's going to be different on your colonized world? You haven't worked that out of your system yet. It's still a part of the human condition. Oh yeah, exactly. Like, we have the means and the technology to build a better life for everyone on Earth, but we don't. And it's because we like there to be a hierarchy. We like there to be different classes of people. Maybe we'll finally figure out how to make free energy. Maybe we'll finally get fusion figured out. I don't think we're ever going to work it out of our body. It's the human condition. Then what we need to do is evolve. Yeah, we're always just a few decades away from fusion. We're getting close. We're a lot closer than we've ever been, but we're definitely still years away. That's not how evolution works. How does evolution work? Not goal focused randomly. The thing about life is that life likes to keep living, and so even though evolution and the tree of life comes up with some pretty weird ideas and some pretty weird solutions to solving problems, I feel like there's a point to it. Like, molecules that enter the life system, that they become organic molecules, they don't readily like to leave that system. Almost as if life wants to keep living for reasons that we can't really understand. If violence and hardship are a part of the human condition, then we need to become better. We need to do more. We need to ascend. look at, like, just take a moment to consider something real quick. You know, we look at evolution as something that happens slowly over the span of generations. You know, people get taller, people get shorter, people get, you know, stronger, they learn how to hold their breath for longer, depending on the pressures that are exuded on them. But what about revolution? What about, I mean, revelation? What about insight? What about, you know, the profound amount of change that can occur within a single person? You know, what if you're able to develop an entirely new perspective on yourself? What if you're able to overcome hardships? Now, you might not consider that evolution in a traditional sense, but it is a profound change in response to a pressure, and it happens within the lifespan of a single organism. What do we call that then? Growth. When you reach a certain level, you become, you know, you stop being a Charmeleon and you start being a Charizard. Yeah, I had a little bit of a slip there. I'm too eager for revolution to happen. It slipped out. I think that when we achieve new levels of insight and awareness, it's like, these are things that might take generations to occur naturally in a species that might not be as cognizant as we are. I feel like the human potential for growth is truly incredible. So even though growth is the correct word, evolution still feels more right to me, I guess. It's just, it's that level of profundity. Have you ever considered the ways in which you might currently be contributing to the evolutionary trends of our species? Through the things that you contribute, the ideas that you postulate, the discussions you have, the impact that you have on other people? Think about populations of people such as the Bahau people's incredible breath-holding abilities. They will free dive using just, you know, the simple mask, maybe a spear. They can dive using no equipment, no wetsuits, no flippers, just wooden goggles and a spear gun that they made. Sometimes they rupture their own eardrums at an early age to make diving easier. They can dive up to over 230 feet. They spend about 5 hours underwater every day. So, is this evolution? If this has happened over a span of generations, would you classify this as evolution? Or what about people who live in the highest elevated city in the world, where the oxygen level is about half what you might find nearer the surface? But they've been living there for hundreds of years, generations. $16,000 feet. The highest one is in Peru. The city of El Alto in Bolivia, the highest city in the world at 13,615 feet, or 4,150 meters, has a population of over 1 million people. It's also one of the fastest growing cities . There was a video I watched. There was a guy who went to a really high up city, and basically the only reason why people lived there was because there was a mining operation there. And so pretty much everybody who worked there they were just miners. So this is the highest major city in the world. It might not be the highest settlement. This is the highest major city. Okay, this only includes cities with a population greater than 1,000 inhabitants. Let's look at the highest towns. Sovereign, fully recognized country. Okay, so they break up the list. I want to find that one that I was thinking of. Oh yeah, this is where he went, in Peru. This is the one. It's near a gold mine. In Peru. Rinconada. 3.5, about over 3 miles above sea level. The highest permanent settlement in the world. This was the video. I watched a video. This guy went up there and he was interviewing people. The people who live there, their bodies produce twice as much blood cells as ours do. So their bodies are able to carry more oxygen. They also like to chew coca leaves. The oxygen levels are less than half of what you're used to. It's kind of a, like, there's a video, this guy went up there. This guy's got some pretty interesting videos. I've watched a few of them. But this is one of the places he went to. People just, like, they were talking about the mining operation. The way that they get paid is insane. They don't get paid a normal wage. They just have a day where you get to keep what you mine, and that's how much you get paid. So if you don't make anything that day, guess what? You didn't get paid for that all that time that you just worked. So yeah, interesting place. So in response to the lower oxygen level, their blood just makes twice as many red blood cells, which are the ones that carry oxygen through your body. So you're able to carry more oxygen in your body, even though you're breathing in less. Wow. An incentive to leave the best for that day. That's what a lot of them do. A lot of them will do that. Also, a lot of people get stabbed there because you're basically in a remote mountain town where most people are just carrying all of their money and gold with them because there are no banks. What happens if they come down to sea level? They compete in the Olympics. They're superhuman. If they really cared about making sports fair, they'd make everybody practice at sea level. I'm currently going through purgatory. I have eczema and a staph infection all over my body. Ooh. A 1-2 combo. The itch and burning is killing me slowly. I'm meditating through it and it feels like I'm being burned alive each second. Ooh. That sounds tough. Is there anything that could make you find some relief there? I don't know how much a nice bath would help, or maybe some soothing ointments or something. I'm not sure. Ooh. Ooh. Hang in there, partner. Hang in there. That really sucks. They do, they have shown research that meditation does help with managing pain, though. Meditation helps us to manage pain because it changes how the brain processes pain signals. Now, pain is just a nerve impulse, it's just a signal that is sent to your brain, but you can change the way that your body interprets it. They were mad at me for being slow, but now I have nothing to do. You're starting to realize that they are projecting their own stresses onto you and that they're just finding something to do by giving you trouble. There's no emails coming in. What can you do? I love when people watch me at work, but I hate when you get in trouble at work for watching me. If your boss gets mad at you for watching me, let me talk to him. Just be like, here, boss, the weird guy on the screen wants to talk to you. And I'm going to tell him, how dare you? I'm going to give him one of these. I'm gonna give him a stern talking to. Hang on, I gotta defeat this boss real quick. Alright, Darren. Let's go outside. Felonious with the 9 months. Gold brain unlocked. How does it feel to have that shiny gold brain? Personally, I've been subjected to a different strategy to force someone out, leave them with no support and overloaded. Yeah, some places will, instead of going through the trouble of firing you, they will just put you in a position where they just make you quit. They just make it so shitty to even be there that it's just not even worth it, and you just crash out. Because if they fired you, they'd have to pay you unemployment. But if you quit, they don't have to pay you unemployment. Driving with the wife and our newborn baby. I'm super fortunate my work gave me paternity leave. Hell yeah. That needs to be much more commonplace. The fact that the paternity leave isn't more normalized, it just really contributes to that disconnect between a father and their children. Like, well, I know you just had a kid, but you're not allowed to take time off work to bond with them during one of the most critical periods of bonding for the child. Instead, you have to get back into the office because, you know, spreadsheets. My aunt was telling me how my grandpa never changed a diaper and they were so surprised by how involved my husband is. Whenever I hear stuff like that, I immediately put it back onto the guy. I'm like, what's the matter? You afraid of a little bit of poop? I thought you were a real man. Well, you can't even change a diaper? What's the matter? Are you the baby? Do I need to change your diaper? I love turning toxic masculinity against itself. That's one of the, I find it so fun. What's the matter, big boy? You afraid to talk about your feelings? You afraid to cry in front of me? Aw. I guess you just stuff it all down because you're such a big, strong man. You gotta beat them at their own game. Make men feel unmanly by telling them that they're afraid to do something. What's the matter? Are you afraid to express yourself? You afraid to talk about how you feel? I had to change a few diapers. I was 17 when my youngest sibling was born. The thing that I am bothered by about why, you know, when people don't want to pay off student debt, it's just like, it's not going to cost you anything. Like, they feel like, why should I have to pay for other people's loans? It's like, I don't know, man, money's made up. Like, the government could just say it's gone, that doesn't exist, it's poof, it's forgiven, and absolutely nothing would change. Well, no, the only thing that would change is that the people who run the student loan industry would have to fire a bunch of people because they wouldn't need a bunch of people to work there anymore, I guess. Oh, sorry, Sally Mae. Sorry, Nelnet. You're gonna have to make some cutbacks. You remember when the Department of Defense couldn't account for like $1 trillion? They just couldn't account for it in their budget. We're like, you remember that time we paid telecom industries billions of dollars for nationwide high-speed internet and then they just didn't do it? Maybe we should be more mad about that kind of stuff and less mad about people who were told from the time that they were a child that the only way that you're going to make it in this world, the only way that you're going to get a good job is if you go to school, you go to college, you got to get a degree. And so then you take this person and then at the young age of 18, you strap them with a bunch of debt and you say, have fun, Tiger, go get them. You're going to do great. And then they do it and they graduate and then they start paying on those loans, but the interest is so high that they're barely able to touch the capital. You know, they're barely able to touch the actual principal. So they end up paying way more. And then, oh yeah, by the way, there's no jobs in that field. So yeah, if you have student loans, what I would suggest is just don't pay them. I feel like what they're content with doing is just getting the money back that they can from the people that do pay. But I don't know if they're really going to be able to get that money because it's too much. Like, they're not going to get all that money from people. Those loans aren't getting paid back. They're just going to have to deal with it. Ruins your credit history. See, the thing is that my credit score has gone up. Even though I haven't paid my student loans at all. So, I don't know. People keep telling me it's going to make my credit score go down, but it hasn't. It's gone up. So, I don't know. Maybe somebody could explain it to me. But then you remember that credit scores are a scam also. They were invented in the 80s. Maybe we should build homes. You know, maybe we should come together and start an intentional community and build homes instead of going through the process of individual mortgaging. It's time for more co-ops. It's time for more intentional communities. You know, that's the solution, I think. You know, if we're not able to have single family homes because they're just too expensive and you don't feel like paying a bulk of your income just to, you know, show your landlord how much you love them. The real issue is actually starting such a pioneer community. Well, you know, we've got some land and we've got a dream. You compete against a comfortable life. The thing is like, how comfortable is it really? You know, anxiety's at an all-time high, depression's at an all-time high, you know, we're not really doing well. But we are convincing ourselves that we're comfortable. So, I don't know. It's not a cult, it's an intentional community. There's a difference. In cults, the weird stuff that they make you do is mandatory, but in our intentional community, the weird stuff will be optional. I spent $30 on burger materials. And this is America. This is the home of the burger. We are the cheeseburger capital of the world. And you can't even afford a cheeseburger these days. That really tells you that something's broken. I'm all in on weird stuff. Thank you for subscribing. You know, one of the long-term goals is to start an intentional community. You know, we got a little plot of land. We want to start building it up. Maybe get a few homes on it. Sounds like fun. I was going to ask you your thoughts on a community/commune type thing to intentionally provide for all of its members. Oh yeah, that's the long-term game plan. It's like, if the government isn't gonna take care of people the way that it needs to, we're gonna have to start taking care of each other. We're gonna have to go back to the way things were. We're gonna have to start a village. I'll weld for you. Oh good, okay, I need a welder. I can write poetry for us. The commune already has a poet. How are you with a shovel? Can you handle a shovel? Can you move some dirt around? Can you move some rocks? Can you pick up sticks? Can you plant seeds? Can you pick fruit? Can you cook? Can you chop an onion? Can you pick up eggs? Can you throw corn on the ground for chickens? You gotta remember that medieval peasants literally survived by doing this kind of stuff, and they were medieval peasants. So I feel like we've come a long way since then, so we gotta give ourselves some credit. We're probably much more capable than we think we are. could chop wood, someone has to haul it though. And then you're gonna have to find some way to pay them, and next thing you know, we've reinvented capitalism. They need a proper leader who knows stuff to get over it. Him. I've always thought I'd be a great post-apocalyptic community leader. You know, I think I have what it takes. You know what a mass farm? Yeah, we're gonna use some indigenous techniques. You know, are you familiar with the Three Sisters planting? You got your squash, you got your corn, you got your beans. But the thing is you don't need to know everything. You just need to know where to go to get access to the information that you need, or you just need to know who to ask. I'm a worthless Overwatch 2 gamer. Oh no, we'll just train you to how to use a rifle. Somebody's got to man the watchtower. I'm sorry, someone has to woman the watchtower. Did you know that women are better at shooting than men are? They are more accurate shooters, on average. Know that I'm gay? What? Since when? I've got farmland in Oklahoma. When my mom's parents died, my crazy Trumper aunt decided to put the deed to the land in my name and my brother's name. We were infants. That was a nice thing that they did for you. Yeah, it's too bad it's in Oklahoma, though. Tornado capital of the world, baby. Just broke up the family for a while because they had planned on selling it and dividing the proceeds amongst themselves. And you can bet that they would regret doing that. They'd be like, I should have never sold that land. I wanted to retire on that farm. One of the things to remember about, starting an intentional community is that you can network with other communities and you can establish trade. So it doesn't just need to be that you have to provide every single thing that you need for your community. If you are in contact with other communities that might be able to, So yeah, if we have a farm in Missouri and you're in Oklahoma, that's relatively close. So we could network. I know how to sew with a machine and I'm pretty good with plants. You're already in. Moderators and VIPs get priority access to any future commune activities. Oh yeah, Atticus? He said, "Woo." Whoa. We need a person that knows how to sing. I know how to sing. But we need a whole choir. I don't want to just be singing on my own. Singing's fun when you do it with other people and then you can harmonize. I can make stuff, even some advanced things. Do you know much about electricity? Let's say we wanted to get a turbine up and running so that we could power, we could take advantage of hydropower. One of the YouTubers I watch, he works at like a hydro plant, and it's really interesting to learn about how the infrastructure is in the United States, especially for how we produce electricity. How there are these gigantic machines that were built a century ago that are just AIP'd, abandoned in place. I had to there's these giant machines that nobody knows how they work anymore. They're just too big and too expensive to get rid of, so we just leave them in place. Get some solar panels. Hi, Scout. What are you doing down there? Alrighty. Alrighty, everybody. Alrighty, everybody. I think that's gonna be it for me today. I'm gonna wrap it up just this is not really early. This is kind of normal. Fun stream. Thank you. I'm glad you had fun. I had fun too. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Glad you had a good time. We'll be back again tomorrow. I'll probably have a presentation put together by then, so we'll have a discussion topic and we can go through all that fun stuff. It was fun hanging out, having a little bit of an unusual stream, a little bit, allowed myself to get distracted. I kind of went on some tangents. Up indigenous housing. One of the things that I've been getting interested in is I follow a Irish woodworker on YouTube, and one of the things that he's into is vernacular cottages. These are basically cottages that are built using the materials that are available on the land that they are on. So you're using, like thatches for the roofs, you're using like mud and mortar, and you're making your own bricks, and it sounds pretty fun. I would love to make a house out of the earth. That just sounds so fun to me. I love earth ships too. That's actually in the game plan. We want to make an earth ship. That might take longer to make because an earth ship can take a little while to make, but like you build it into the earth. You know, you get like an indoor greenhouse. A lot of the heating and cooling, it basically regulates itself. Aren't these cool? You can use tires to make your foundation. Just a bunch of tires stuffed with gravel. Just use recyclable materials or use, you know, natural stuff. These are pretty cool. Where they really get you is these big fucking glass panels, though. Oof, that's where they get you. But yeah, this is another example of vernacular architecture. That's your word of the day. Vernacular architecture. Building a house or a building on the land using the materials that are readily available within that environment. That's cool. Imagine living in one of these. We want a nice, sustainable house. Alrighty, everybody. That's gonna be it for me today. Casey's back. She's streaming again. She's premiering her season 13 of the Casey Tron TV show. She's back. So go tell her I said hi. Alright, everybody. Have a great night. I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Have some fun. We'll see you all next time. Alrighty.
Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Goodbye.
Goodbye. No, but seriously, leave. It's been fun. Thank you for being here. Take some time for some good self-care, you know? Get yourself a $6 bar of soap. Get yourself a new candle. A new little blanket. Some new sweatpants. You know? Give your pets a hug for me. If you have a cat, tell them I said pss, 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 pss.